테스팅 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 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 셋 마이크 테스트. 네. 네. 저희 음향 감독님 저희 그 레벨 조금만 더 올려주시겠어요? 테스트합니다. 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘. 네. 예. 네. 들어갑니다. 마이크가 아까 안 켜져 있었어요. 네. 선생님 죄송한데 다시 한 번만 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 네. 네. 네네네. 예예. 네. 네. 예 알겠습니다. 네. 감독님 저희 주는 것만 더 키워주실 수 있을까요? 네. 테스트합니다. 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 마이크 테스트합니다. 하나 둘 하나 둘 셋 하나 둘.
근데 지금 괜찮은 것 같아요. 네네.
네. 네네네. 네네네. 네네. 네.
테스트입니다. 국문 테스트입니다. 국문 테스트입니다. 나와? 영문이 들어왔다고? 네, 지금 국문 채널로 나오게 말씀 좀 해주시겠어요? 국문 채널로 들어가게 해주세요. 국문 테스트입니다. 자, 지금 영어로 조금 한번 내보내 볼까요? 통역사.
네. 영어 채널입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. This is the English channel. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the English channel. 영어 채널입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 테스트 중입니다. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2번 채널 영어 채널입니다. 네. 영어 채널입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋.
딜레이 상당한데?
This is the English channel. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
네, 통역사 선생님 감사합니다.
네. English channel 영어 채널입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 테스트 중입니다. This is the English channel. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 2번 채널 영어 채널입니다.
Good afternoon. Expert session 1 is scheduled to begin at 2:20 p.m. Please take your seats. We will now begin Expert Session 1, Ensuring Digital Rights for a Digital Society of Shared Prosperity. Starting from the right, let me introduce the attendees. So this is the Professor Yoon Dong-wook from the University of British Columbia. And the next, this is the Director General, Jerry Sheeran. Is now absent. I think we need to a little bit wait more. So I will go to the next first. And the next is the President Yum Jae-ho from the Taizé University. Give a big applause, please. Thank you. And the next, this is the Chairman of Jo Jun-hee from the Korea Software Industry Association. And the next, this is a digital law and rights advisor, Amanda Manyame, from the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights. This is the principal of AI ML policy of AWS Korea's Lee Sung-woong from the principal of AI ML policy of AWS Korea. Next, this is the head of the policy of Center for the Governance of AI. He is Marx Anderjong. This is the second Vice Minister, Kang Do-hyun, from the Ministry of Science and ICT. And this is Director General, Pamalek Kuskopka, from the Ministry of Digital Affairs of Poland. And finally, this is head Ha Jung-woo from an AI lab of Naver. Now we will hear the opening remarks from the chairman. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm very honored and very happy to preside this session, and especially AI era is just facing, in front of us, and it is a kind of a new era that we have to facing, and we have to face and this kind of a massive challenge. As you know, the 2023 last year. We just saw the appearance of the ChatGPT 4, and it is a kind of a very, very challenging moment in the human civilization, I think. Ray Kurzweil, he just wrote a book around 17 years ago, Singularity is Near, and then around 2045, our society and human civilization is changing very rapidly, and we are facing a kind of a new era. Probably it is very, very similar to the upcoming the printing around 1455. Gutenberg invented printing, and since then human civilization has been changed very rapidly. And just like that, the digital era and the AI is a kind of a new challenge for humankind, not only in the technology or business alone, but also in education and legal systems and the medical areas and everywhere, social system as well. And everything will be changed. So in this very rapidly changing period, we have to just think about what the humankind solve the various issues. Just like in the business sectors, we are saying that the VUCA period, the year of VUCA, there is velocity, very rapidly changing, and also uncertainty and complexity, and also the ambiguity. A lot of challenges are facing in front of our human civilization. So last year, Korean government and private experts got together, and we just designed some kind of, as you just have this kind of thing, digital Bill of Rights. So we just pioneering a kind of a set of rule and a kind of a code of conduct and ethics and everything we have to think about. So today I am very honored to have just the experts and professionals all over the world come together and just to share ideas, and we just discuss a lot of issues that is appearing in front of us, so from UK or Poland or some African countries as well. So first of all, I'd like to invite the Vice Minister Kang Do-hyun, and he will present the keynote speeches on digital Bill of Rights, and then we will discuss the specific issues individually. I just ask you the 5 minutes for your comments on this kind of Bill of Rights, digital Bill of Rights, and then we will discuss simultaneously. Okay, thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Do-hyun Kang, Vice Minister of Ministry of Science and ICT in Korea. It is my great pleasure to present in front of you on the topic of the new global digital order. Today, before we get started, I would like to talk about the past period of great transformations. Roughly 250 years ago, significant historical event took place in Glasgow. Adam Smith published The Wealth of Nations, and James Watt invented the world's first steam engines. Imagine that. If these two big guys had met in Glasgow, what might they have discussed? Could they have predicted all of changed after the meetings. We need to imagine the next period. In the 17th century, the English Bill of Rights was established, and the French Revolution took place. This was the time when the discussion about the city light were actively taking place. During the Industrial Revolution, the debate and the discussion continuously, intensively for a while. People who worry about the change often resisted. As you know, the Luddite movement is the prime example. But humanity has continuously to progress by creating the new rules through the debating and the discussing. In the 21st centuries, with the invention of computer and the internet, a complete new era, information age has begun. Another new debate and the discussion has emerged, and a new order suited to this era has been established. And today, we are facing the era of AI. AI is advancing faster than you can imagine past, now signaling the historical changes. However, the rapid advancement of AI also brings about the various social issues that we have not considered before. We are once again at a point whether we need to create a new order. Recently, the world has made various efforts to establish the AI norm and governance. Korea has also continuously proposed the concrete idea for the new digital norm to the international communities. Today, I would like to introduce to you the direction of the new digital orders that Korea is creating in the digital era. Last September, as our chairman mentions, last September, Korea established the Digital Bill of Rights as the basic direction for the new digital orders. It tries to balance to the value of the innovation, safety, and inclusivity. To create this, Korea engaged in the continuous discussion about 1 year, involving the civic group, business leaders, and the global scholars. The Digital Bill of Rights presents the vision of the digital shared prosperity society as exemplary the future. This is also an object that the international community should strive for. A society where everyone can fairly enjoy and share its benefits. To achieve this, it is based on the 5 core principles: freedom, fairness, safety, innovation, and international solidarity for the human beings. It defined the rights and the responsibilities of the citizen according to these principles. This is the detailed things. The Bill of Rights, the Digital Bill of Rights, does not end with its establishment. To implement the principle of the Charter into policy, 26 related ministries in Korea has collaborated to create the new digital order established plan, which was published just yesterday. Through this plan, we aim to actively pursue a total of 220 policy acts. We can see the more detailed thing on the screens. In this way, Korea is taking the step forward to establish the new digital order in the AI area. We will continue to share our experience and achievement and the consideration that we have facing with all of you. And we will engage in the discussing together. This is the society initiative created by Korea and the OECD in the collaborative with the international community. We opened in this morning, Mondays. The DSI will serve as the platform for this with OECD. It is open to everybody. Please join us. Yesterday, at the AI Seoul Summit, Leaders section, we announced the Seoul Declarations based on the Bletchley Declaration from the last year in United Kingdom, which emphasized the AI safety. We have extended the scope to include innovation and inclusivity. As appendix, the Seoul Statement of Intent included the establishment of a network among the AI Safety Research Institute. Additionally, this morning, following the Seoul Declarations, the industry announced the Seoul Cooperation Pledge as a volunteer commitment. That included the AI responsibility, development, and the benefit. We human beings was initially dumbfounded whenever the new technology, such as the steam engine, automobile, electronics, and the internet first appeared. Through deep and long discussion, humanity have come to enjoy the benefit of the new technologies. Even though there was a big conflict. It is the reason why yesterday's AI Seoul Summit and today's Global Forum and the Mr. Meeting are important. Let us not be afraid of the challenge ahead. Instead, prepare together for the next 100 years. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please give again warm applause to Vice Minister Kang. Yeah, he summarized very well the Digital Bureau of Rights. Actually, I participated in this process of making the Bureau of Rights in Korea, Digital Bureau of Rights, and Chairman Cho also joined in the process. Around more than 20 experts and the professors and leaders in the civil societies and academics and a lot of people gathered in, and also the business sectors as well. And we just discussed a lot of things for more than 1 year, and finally comprised of 6 different elements and what we should do for the digital era. And we just called the new order of the digital era. So final outcome was appeared as the Digital Bureau of Rights, this kind of things. So we just reported it to the President Yoon Suk-yeol, and from now on, just the 21st century, everything will be changed in a human society. So, for example, ethics, and it is very contrasting issues. For example, we just regulate or just focus on the human, just property of right or the security or that kind of things, and it is closely related to the regulation. So it may hinder some kind of development of industrial sectors. How we can harmonize the development of AI or digital industry, and also the how to control some kind of side effects of the bad result of the development of AI or digital industry. So from now on, we have to just build up some kind of very harmonized and balanced ideas of the development of AI and digital. And just the Digital Bill of Rights is a kind of textbook that we suggested. So, thank you for Vice President Kang, and we will discuss this issue, specifically, and I will just ask around the 5 minutes your comment. Our participants will just give some comments individually, and I will start from Ms. Pamela Kopka. I'm sorry, it is the right word. Just the pronunciation wrong. She's a Director General, Research and Innovation Department, Ministry of Digital Affairs in Poland, and he just suggests 20 different issues and 6 different areas and that kind of things. And in Poland, what is your efforts, especially in facing this kind of digital era? And probably in Poland as well, you are just considering some kind of policies for industry and also protect the right of the individual persons in the digital era. And if you just listen to Vice Minister Kang's just the explanation of the Digital Bill of Rights, and what is the difference and what is the similarity, and what is your policy agenda in Poland in digital era? Please comment on that.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to stress that for us, this is very important that we balance those two things. And we all struggle and discuss through this forum, how do we balance innovation and ethics and trustworthiness of our AI systems. And I want to focus on, when it comes to the taking care of our people, our citizens, the advancement of human well-being, which was a 5th principle, the 5th key principle. And when it comes to us, we want to stress very much in Poland that mental health is a very big part of this equation. We have a lot of research, especially when it comes to our youth, that from 2014 to 2021, they started to spend 2 hours more every day on online platforms, on their phones, which means that right now it's around 6 hours, which means half of the day online. So we need to make sure that the online is safe for all of our people, especially our youth. Also because what we see now in the AI world is the fact of AI influencers or AI-generated people that live lives that are unattainable for us. So we need to make sure, and we very strongly support the idea of watermarking of AI-generated content, because we need it to be in place for everybody to see what is real and what is not real. Also to fight with disinformation, which is another crucial point on our side. When it comes to innovation, we want to say that the cultural heritage and the idea that we need to localize our technology is also very important for us. We're building our Polish LLM, which hopefully puts inside the Polish heritage, the Polish language, our sayings specific to our language and our culture. And we want to make sure that it's open source. This is another thing important for innovation. We see open source as a crucial part of innovation. Also, we have a digital wallet. It's called mCitizen, mObywatel in Polish, and we want to open source that as well, but with a very strict caveat of cybersecurity. We want to open source only the part that will not make it easier to cyber attack our solution. So it's important to say open source is valid, but we need to be sure that we only open source the things that should be open sourced and not always everything. So this is another thing when it comes to innovation, and it's crucial for us that we look into the well-being, especially taking into account the mental health, and on the other side, that we see localization and innovation in the local context as a priority for our SMEs, because we have a lot of SMEs in Europe and Poland especially, and for the young people who are entering the digital sphere, and sometimes who entered it already at a very young age, to make the world safe for them. Thank you.
Yeah, very thank you. And the well-organized summary of the Polish just the policy. But you haven't emphasized the industrialization and innovation and that kind of things. And later we will discuss that thing. But still, there are a lot of problems, just like a mental health. And also we get involved in more time in the online, just working and education and whatever. And misinformation and keep the heritage. Yeah, and also cybersecurity is a very, very important issue that we should just share our information and discuss a lot of things. Yeah, thank you very much. And then let's move on to next guest, the next panelist, Mr. Professor Yoon Dong-woo, Professor of Computer Science in University of British Columbia. And your research is related to the impact of AI in the human beings, just self-consciousness or human relations and that kind of things. And then not only just like industrialization or kind of technology alone, but also a lot of human understanding or consciousness, and a lot of traditional human beings are challenged by this kind of AI era. So what is your just a research result, and what the policymakers think about in this kind of change of human understanding and consciousness and all that kind of thing? What is your recommendation, please?
Thank you for the excellent question. I dub the two topics that you have mentioned as the studies on identity and human relationship, and how AI technologies are impacting those. And those are super important because identity and relationships are two most, for some people, meaningful component of their lives. Who you are and who you relate to. I love Pamela has mentioned the issue of mental health crisis due to the social media platforms, and then I want to build on that idea because there are existing studies on social media impact on mental health, and also the academics dub those issues as the identity management in relationship, and also the identity perception. When you see your friend flying to the new island and then playing with their friends, and you're being alone in your room, then you're gonna feel, lonelier than you would not when you don't watch those feeds, right? So then what's gonna happen in the era of AI? And the new frontier of research in that domain looks into the AI-mediated communication, and this can be different forms of AI agents. It can be something that you can bring with you and dedicated to you as a personal assistant like Siri, or Siri from iPhone, or it can be just a Gmail autocomplete system that when you want to send a message, then it can write sentences or words for you. But those all shape the way humans communicate with other people. Because it can be, for example, when you write email with a Gmail recommendation, you're gonna notice that your tonality of language changes to be more positive than what you used to be as an authentic self. So your presentation of self changes. And also, imagine you have a Siri next to you that caters to all your needs and then say yes to whatever thing you're saying, then that's gonna be the deepened problem, like personalizing the problem of the filter bubble on YouTube, where you see all the recommended contents that is catered to your needs only and then not hearing the other side of opinion. So those risks are what we are exposing through the research, and we are using a method called speculative design to identify those risks and then suggest way to prevent them. So to innovate and also safeguard the technologies, I believe the ethical principles should be set forth and then implemented into the policy. So the entities, including the small companies and big companies, should be able to play in that safeguard guardrail without much of a concern about what's going to happen to the public perception when the technology is out in the world.
Okay, thank you. It is a very important issue. Yeah, around 20 or 30 years ago, we are concerning about some kind of advertisement, just to influence us, our thinking and our all that kind of things, our behaviors. But in these days, AI and also just like a pattern, some kind of repetitive just responses, as you mentioned that Gmail recommendation, YouTube and all that kind of things may design our identity. So it is a very, very philosophical issues, and then whether we are naturally just a just a itself identity, or it is designed by some kind of AI or Google or whatever, YouTube or whatever. So in this case, especially for youngsters, probably we have to think about some kind of ethical issues and whether it is good or not, and a lot of things, especially the just like global big companies may influence a lot of things based on their business interest or something like that. So it is a very, very important issues, and also it may relate it to the what is the humankind in the 21st century, what is the identity, what is the mind, and just like as I said, the consciousness or whatever. So we will discuss it later again. Okay, and I just move on to the Mr. Marcus Andersen. He is the head of policy, Center for Governance of AI. In order to protect the digital right, it is a kind of, if we focus on the digital right, and then it has two different dimension. One is individual just a right, and also another one maybe related to the how can we just control some kind of, as I said before, there's big companies and government and their regulations and that kind of things. So in the development of digital technology, and also we are just discussing the digital governance, and what we just think about the most seriously. What is the most serious matter? Because you are working in the Center for Governance of AI, and it is a totally different society. And what is the major factors that we have to consider?
Thank you all very much. Lovely to be here. I guess in short, I think that AI will just pose once in a lifetime challenges to, in particular to policymakers, but to society as a whole in terms of adapting and changing and adjusting our existing policy, legal and systems and our norms. And so I think one way to think about this is, I think you can think of technology as sort of the dark matter of our governance systems. And so our governance systems, our rules, our regulations are all shaped around what technology can and cannot do. And so as an example, it's long been possible to create an image that looks realistic. Painters have been trying to do that for hundreds of years. But with AI systems, you can now create images much more cheaply, much more easily, and that changes things, and that requires us to change our governance systems in all kinds of ways that people are currently talking about. And then in addition to that, I just expect that AI systems will keep getting more capable. In particular, I think these sort of general purpose AI systems will be much more widely used, and as that does happen, I expect that a lot of our existing rules, a lot of our existing sort of regulatory systems and whatnot, in various ways will end up being obsolete. In some ways, these systems will end up being sort of inept. They will sort of stand in the way of useful innovation and useful adoption of AI. And in other cases, there will be all kinds of risks or sort of threats to various rights that we have as citizens that won't be adequately protected if we don't update our rules. And so I think one way to think about this is that when we make those updates, there's at least two things that we'll need to do. One thing is what you might call sort of we'll need to do adaptation. Society will need to adapt, need to prepare to live with more and more capable AI systems being adopted and used by more and more people. And so maybe one example might be in terms of frauds and sort of cyber attacks. They'll probably end up being much cheaper to perform than they are today. We can convincingly create mimics of someone's voice with not very much audio. And to adapt to that, one example of what I expect we'll need to do is we'll need to have things like spam filters, but on your phone that might maybe monitor, maybe it looks at sort of phone calls that are coming in and sees, does it look like someone is calling with a deep fake of my grandmother's voice, trying to get me to send her some money, But I think these sort of adaptation interventions won't be enough. I think we'll also need what sort of me and some co-authors call sort of capability-focused interventions as well. So this is looking at what kinds of AI systems, in particular these general purpose, widely used AI systems, are developed and made available to people in the first place. And so I think, one part of that I think is particularly important is this idea of that sometimes people refer to as frontier AI regulation. So this is regulation focused on sort of the most capable systems, the systems trained using the most computational power, the most general systems. These is GPT-4, Claude, Gemini 1.5 and whatnot. And a lot of developments over the last couple of years, a lot of the things that have brought so much attention to AI has just been these systems that use a tremendous amount of computational power. The past 13 years, the amount of compute used to train the most capable systems has increased by, I think it's 350 million. Currently, sort of the most advanced systems, you'll need tens or hundreds of thousands of sort of some of the most coveted chips in the world to train them, and just the compute cost will be in the tens and the hundreds of millions. Maybe soon it'll be closer to the billions. And at the moment, the development and deployment of these systems is basically less regulated than building a new apartment block or putting a new airplane in the sky. And my guess is that as these systems become more and more integral to society and more capable, that won't be sufficient, and we will need to intervene more. I think one reason for that is that I expect there to be a small number of really highly capital-intensive systems that sort of serve as the bedrock of our sort of AI-driven economy, kind of similar to electricity. If the power grid goes down, society stops. And I expect it will be similar for a small number of systems in the future. And I think that might warrant some intervention from governments to make sure that these systems operate in sort of reliable ways. And then I think the second reason is that these systems will develop sort of increasingly dangerous capabilities that might pose national security risks, ranging from cybersecurity risks, but also to things like biological weapon risks and maybe others as well. And I think the frontier AI safety commitments that were just announced here, I think they're a great start in sort of dealing with these issues, where companies, they outline thresholds at which their system would sort of pose intolerable risks to society. They say, we will keep below those thresholds, and then they report how they're planning on doing that. I think that's a good first step, but I think it's only the first step. Going forward, I think these questions will be too big, too important to only be left to private corporations, and I think that the public and governments and whatnot will need to be involved. And so, I think responding to this sort of this challenge of sort of the dark matter of technology shifting, I think that will be a really, really big challenge. And I think, we all have a lot of work ahead of us, and I hope we do well.
Yeah, thank you. You are covering a lot of different issues. Especially the AI changed the world, and what kind of governance we have to think about. Just like in retrospect of our human history, for example, printing appeared and it just challenged some kind of Roman Catholic just a dominance, and Protestant appeared, and also the translation of Bible into German, just like by Martin Luther. And all that kind of thing changed the world, just like a Renaissance appeared, and also just challenging the royal, just a king system. And finally, 250 years ago, United States just invented the presidential system and the division of power and all that kind of things. So just like printing changed the formed just a human civilization in a very different way. Just like that, the AI and digital era will change and reform some kind of our governance system or social system and all that kind of things. So we should prepare in advance what kind of things will going on, just like starting from the political system or social system and education and economic issues and whatever, all that kind of things are changing. So just like intellectuals and the policymakers, just very, very cautiously keep in mind and watch it, what's going on there, and what we regulate and what we promote in the AI era. Okay, let's move on to the, industrial side. I just introduce Chairman Jo Jun-hee. He's a Korea Software Industry Association chairman. And in the Digital Bill of Rights, we are just talking about the safety and trust and some kind of, as you mentioned, dark side of the AI development. But we also focus on, emphasize the innovation and how to promote the innovation. It is some kind of irreversible progress in the human civilization. AI will develop from now on. So just like some regulation and protect the safety and ethics, and if we emphasize this too much, then it will hamper some kind of innovation of AI in the private sectors. So what is your opinion on this side?
Thank you, President Yam, for very difficult question for me. The Digital Bill of Rights emphasized the promotion of technological innovation while also highlighting the importance of safeguarding universal values and ensuring safety amid social changes brought about by innovation. Looking at the 5 principles defined in Chapter 1, Article 1, 2, and 5, emphasize the universal values that must be upheld even in the era of deepening digital transformation, such as freedom, fairness, equality, and human welfare. Article 3 emphasizes digital safety by stating that digital technologies and services should not pose a threat to social safety. At the same time, Article 4 highlights the promotion of digital technological innovation by encouraging the innovation of digital technologies. As the chairman of Korea Software Industry Association and a representative of the business community, I would like to offer some suggestions on balancing innovation and safety in the era of deepening digitalization. Firstly, flexible improvement in the legal system are necessary. Legislation needs to be revised and improved to adapt to new technologies and situations such as copyright law and data law. While clarifying the copyright regulation for content generated by AI, it is important to establish the legal framework that promotes technological development. For example, adjustments such as recognizing human creative intervention in works generated by AI as eligible for copyright protection may be necessary. Additionally, proactive and continuous communication efforts with creators are needed to establish a new copyright protection system that balances technological innovation and protection of creative work in the AI era. Secondly, there is a need for social consensus body to mediate conflict arising from digital transformation. As emphasized in Article 25, managing and preventing social conflict during the digital transformation process requires dialogue and deliberation among various stakeholders to achieve social consensus. For this purpose, a social consensus body for discussing new orders is necessary. This body should serve as a platform where diverse participants, including the government, businesses, civil organizations, and academia, can discuss and address issues arising from the digital transformation process. Through this, we can maintain a balance between digital innovation and safety. Finally, businesses are the primary implementers of these norms. They should work on responsible data management and cyber security while driving innovation and developing new technologies. Additionally, business should strive to increase transparency and maintaining consumer trust. For instance, major domestic company has been established their own norms and standards for safe AI and sharing cooperation system with global companies. Furthermore, they are making effort to adopt that implement these norms in actual services. The development of AI technology is inevitable, and our approach must evolve accordingly. Law and policy need to be adjusted pragmatically to keep pace with technological advancement. For this purpose, it is essential to engage in continuous communication and cooperation with relevant industries, particularly proactive measures to anticipate and address issues arising from AI technology advancement are crucial. In this process, it is important to listen and consider the voices of various stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it is a very important issue. For example, the front runners or the stakeholders of the technology innovation probably comes from industry sector or academia or some government sectors. But only if we just focus on the development or innovation of technology itself, there are a lot of externalities. For example, the problems appear. I just imagine it is very similar to the development of automobile. And we just developed the automobile technology, and it is good for human just well-being. But there are a lot of issues in security and just a regulation by the government. So if we just develop in that kind of things, for example, the technology brake system is more important than the technology of accelerator. The reason is not only the acceleration, but also the how to control, and the human beings control the machine, and the AI is same, I think. So just like in these days, ESG is very important, environmental, social value, and the governance is very important. The Korean, just the private sectors and the companies, and if you develop and just AI technology or digital technology, but still we have to think about ESG in various ways. For example, the private sector, the technology developed in the private sector may apply to the public issues as well. For example, healthcare issues or social economic disparity or that kind of thing, income distribution, and a lot of social policy issues. Some AI developed technology may be applied in to solve this kind of social problems. So from now on, the experts or the professionals should focus on this kind of how to bridge between the private sector's income maximization by way of technology development, but also how can we just solve the social issues on the opposite side. So probably it is a very optimistic view. I think that many private sectors, AI technology may utilize in the public sectors as well. For example, in Korea, from next year, we are introducing the digital textbook. So a lot of edutech companies got involved in the development of the textbook. But it is good for some kind of knowledge, and education itself is free by way of digital textbooks. So some technology advancement may be a very good result in the social issues and social problem solving, I think. So thank you for your very nice comments. And let's move on to Mr. Lee Sung-woon, and the Principal AI ML Public Policy, AWS Korea. And he just Vice Minister mentioned around 20 policy agenda, and one of the important issues is that openness and promote to open the data, and the data is open data, as just in the Polish representatives also mentioned that kind of things, and the openness is very important elements, so everybody can use the data and big data, and just like a global platform business. And what is your opinion on the just like government policies on this kind of openness of data and that kind of thing, and also what is the role of in the private sectors? And it is a very, very important issue. For example, in China, when I visited China 2 weeks ago, and their AI programs and platforms are well advanced. And I just asked why, and someone just told me that because they don't take too much seriously on the private security or that kind of information. So they can be well developed because of the government protection and privacy is very, very low. So the data, how to just open the data, but in China they still control the data or some kind of connection with the foreign platform in China, global platforms. And what is your opinion on these kind of things?
Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. And if I may, your question is very, very interesting, but as a global company, it's very sensitive to answer. But so I'm representing AWS. I just prepared some comment on the Digital Bill of Rights of Korean government. So first, I want to share that comment. Then, if I may, later I will share the privately because it's a very international, open discussion. So. Thank you for this precious opportunity, President Yum and President the Vice Minister Kang. I just want to spend a few minutes to talk about how the growth of AI can be compatible with the Digital Bill of Rights of the Korean government. As Vice Minister Kang shared earlier, the Korea announced the Digital Bill of Rights last September. Which has 5 overarching the pillars, principles. So the first is guarantee of freedom and right, and second, guarantee of fair access and equal opportunities, and third, building a safe and trustworthy digital society, and fifth, a promotion of digital innovation based on autonomy and creativity, and last, not the least, the advance of the well-being of all humankind in global society. I think a useful way of understanding the Digital Bill of Rights in Korea, that it provides a guiding principles, it's a guide rail for the responsible and safe development of AI. So at AWS, we support government effort to put in place risk-based regulatory frameworks and guidelines for AI while allowing for continued innovation and practical application of the technology. And digital rights and development of AI are not at odds with each other, nor are they mutually exclusive. So how exactly then should we go about guaranteeing freedom and digital right? This can be done by setting baseline expectations for businesses who use AI in particularly high-risk areas. I mean, for instance, to automate decisions that will impact a person's health, safety, or eligibility for important life opportunities. By setting a baseline expectation that organizations have implemented appropriate safeguards to identify and mitigate the risks such as systems may pose, consumers are guaranteed a baseline where their rights are not adversely impacted. And secondly, digital inclusion has to be considered when new technology such as AI is introduced because not all business may have access to new cutting-edge technology. Particularly small businesses may end up being left behind AI adoptions. So AWS is committed to democratizing access to AI through initiatives like Amazon Bedrock, which provide customers with access to multiple state-of-the-art large language models and foundation models. So, and thirdly, while the benefits of AI are already plain to see and improving our lives each day, unlocking AI's full potential will require building greater confidence and trust among consumers. So AWS remains committed to the safe development of trusted AI. And this commitment is underscored by our participation in the Munich Tech Accord to combat deceptive use of AI, and our collaboration with the Thorn to safeguard children from exploitation online. Both initiatives exemplify AWS dedication to ethical AI development and use. And speaking of the international cooperation, because most governments around the world are grappling with the many of the same policy challenges, it is vital that we think we align around interoperable policy solutions to the greatest extent possible. We need government to be talking to each other as they regulate based upon international standard and definitions, so that we don't end up with a patchwork of local conflicting regulations. And in conclusion, as we continue to advance in the digital age, AWS remains steadfast in its commitment to ensuring that digital rights are upheld and that our digital society progresses toward a shared prosperity through international cooperation, robust security practice, and a commitment to transparency and fairness. We aim to build a future where digital technologies empower individuals, enhance societies, and respect fundamental human rights. Thank you for attention.
Okay, thank you. It is very well-organized comments, but it is official, so we have still plenty of time. And please, just give us some of your personal comment on this kind of very complicated issues as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'd like to move on to Mr. Ha Jung-woo, Naval Cloud AI Innovation Center, and your neighbor is a kind of very super in Korea AI, and also in Korea probably the biggest company to have the big data in Korean society, and then as Mr. Lee mentioned, that probably in the private sector may have some kind of temptation how to utilize the data that they have in the commercialize. And it is a very serious temptation. And then, so that may be the major issues, how to protect the individual right and just the privacy from the point of view of the government point of view. So as a big company and also the private sector, what is the self-regulated some kind of protection, safety of the individual rights or that kind of things in the data? For example, especially AI may utilize a lot of individual data and then produce a number of different just commercial related items, then probably in the private sectors or civil societies may just show some kind of suspicious eye on the big companies, and how can they just control the individual property right or something like that. So as a big company, just a leader, and what is your, in your own companies or private sectors point of view, how to just make a safeguard of our consumers in the individual just privacy? Please.
Thank you for your question. Actually, same as the Amazon case. I prepared my opinion or thought on the digital right. First, I introduce digital right on my opinion. After that, I will try to answer your question because the question is very sensitive. Okay. To implement and enrich digital rights for all global people requires three key components, I think. First one is AI literacy for all people. Famous Twitterian Santiago Valderrama wrote a tweet, "AI will not replace you. A person using AI will." So the literacy of each citizen should enhance his or her digital rights in the new AI era. To enhance AI literacy, the efforts of all the stakeholders, such as governments, academia, and AI companies, are crucial, such as education programs on AI and cost-free usage environment. Everyone should be able to use AI effectively and safely for improving their capability while fully understanding the capabilities and limitations. Global collaborations, including the AI development countries and the companies, need to provide AI education programs and infrastructure with the Global South countries for the AI literacy for their citizens and sustainable development AI. Second, sovereign AI is important to improve digital rights. Sovereignty in AI is totally different from sovereignty in data. While data sovereignty is to restrict data flow, sovereign AI means AI that fully understands the culture and circumstances of each region and country. By securing and developing sovereign AI, each country has a competitive choosing option, and the citizens can select better AI depending on their tasks and problem solving. For example, in Korea, many people use Google search for academic information, while using Naver search for finding a good restaurant or present for family, right? Digital textbook based on generative AI might be related to this issue, such as history or the geometry curriculum, I think. This diversified AI can assure digital rights for all countries' citizens based on the precise understanding of each culture. Last, accessibility is a crucial requirement. No one should be left behind. We should reduce the digital and AI divide. Beyond the AI literacy, all players should provide accessibility to easy-to-use tools and user-centric scenarios and applications. Generative AI can provide the strong interaction and user intent understanding capabilities. So, the Korean Presidential Committee of Digital Platform Government, DPG, established the Public AI Innovation Task Force team last year and supported more than 70 pilot projects to apply Korea-centric large language model to various innovative applications for citizens in public sectors collaborating with MSIT. Representative case is our Clover Care Call service, our large language model, HyperClover X-based AI call services for elderly people who live alone. In more than 120 local provinces, more than 20,000 elderly people get the call from our care call twice or 3 times per week, and they feel happiness via the conversation. These efforts enhance the accessibility of public services to Korean citizens. For considering the privacy issue, actually Naver has a strong, dedicated team to preserve the privacy issues, and the research team has some competitive research capability on privacy preserving issue, deal with this the privacy preservation issue in short-term and long-term cases. Actually, for the construct the pre-training data corpus, we gather blog data, the cafe data, or 지식인 data, something like this, but we are based on the usual agreement. So that means private blog data did not use for our training. I think we can start from the agreement-based approach. So as you know, if we can use usual data can be used for training or fine-tuning for the foundation model, then each services based on this usual fine-tuned foundation model can much innovative application to users. But actually, user might not like these cases, so we can get some the improvement or agreement depending on each user's choice, I think. So, and Naver collaborate with and discuss with the Korean government on the privacy, the committee, as I know. So I think we can make some guideline or guardrail or safeguard for this privacy issues, I think so. So Naver is trying best to preserving these privacy issues. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
I understand, and probably every business sectors and also global companies, they should very cautious in the preserving just the privacy issues, especially in data, and it is a very serious issues between public and private sectors. Right, and I also expect that your personal just a comment on the next session. Okay, let's move on to the Mr. Jerry Sheehan, Director of Science and Technology and Innovation in OECD. Thanks for joining us. And question is, what are the main opportunities and risks that digital transformation pose to human rights? What is the role of OECD in helping countries and other stakeholders advance a digital society of shared prosperity? It's very important. Yeah, 2 rabbits you have to catch.
All right, well, I'll see if I can help you catch the rabbits on this, and appreciate the opportunity to participate in this interesting and very wide-ranging conversation on a very important topic. I would say from an OECD point of view, we start from the notion of trying to promote responsible innovation. And what we mean by that in AI, digital technologies, and other emerging technologies as well, is advancing innovation in ways that are consistent with a human-centered approach. How do we develop technologies that work for us as humans? And how can we ensure that they are based on rights and our human rights? You've heard about this in other discussions around our AI principles, and we've developed similar kinds of instruments even around areas such as neurotechnology. In the digital space, we have been looking at the effects of a digital transformation now for several years. And we look at human rights essentially as offering an essential guardrail for our digital policies to and this is where there's clearly broad international consensus that the rights people have offline need to also be protected online. And we need to find ways to ensure that that happens. The digital environment can sometimes introduce new effects, new concerns, but essentially we need to make sure that when you move online, you carry with you the rights that come from the offline world. And there's, I think, also recognition that the digital environment creates new opportunities for humans to exercise their rights, and often some ways that the new technologies can exacerbate those risks. So I'll give just a couple, of examples. I think we all would agree that online platforms of many kinds of digital applications enhance our means for self-expression and to exercise our right of freedom of expression. But as has come up already in the discussions, we also find that these same technologies can exacerbate risks to information integrity and to privacy, to the extent that it allows the enabling of the collection and the storage for indefinite periods of time, in some cases, of personal data. We also see digital technologies, including AI, again, as offering innovative ways to exercise human rights related to access to healthcare, access to education, can facilitate our research and through personalized education tools. However, we see increasing reliance on these digital technologies and on our ability to have good connectivity to support them can exacerbate the gaps that exist sometimes between countries or within regions or across populations or sectors of our society who may or may not have the same degree of even connectivity accessibility, which is one policy instrument we need to be careful of, but also thinking about the skills that they have, right, to take advantage of these opportunities. And also, as has come up in our discussion, there can also be other areas in which use of AI, other digital technologies, can exacerbate some of the biases that already exist, right, in our data sets. And how do we ensure that that does not itself become a limitation on your ability to exercise your right to education, to healthcare, to others? I think, as we heard from the Vice Minister in his keynote address, that Korea is really a demonstrated leader in this area, and we have seen with its Digital Bill of Rights and other policy efforts that I think both reflect this commitment and can help us inform human rights initiatives in the digital realm elsewhere around the world, certainly among the OECD countries, but we anticipate well beyond those as well. Because we know that the digital environment itself transcends national borders, so we need to make sure that our efforts at national levels and regional levels to protect our human rights also operate, all move in the same direction, right? We have interoperability within them. They can be mutually reinforcing. I think we need to be equally attentive, and it's equally important to make sure we adopt a broad and inclusive approach, as has come up in some of the discussion today, regarding public policy options. So we do need to incorporate the views of all the relevant stakeholders, from business, from academia, civil society, and governments as well, who are often reflecting civil society views, and all of whom have experiences and practices to help us understand what the concerns are and what practical solutions are to move them forward. I think this is where, again, from an OECD point of view, where we think our combination of our convening power across countries, convening power across different kinds of stakeholders, supported by more evidence-based analysis, can help contribute to the debate and to effective policy making. We try to inform policies, as I said, that are grounded in human rights. We can provide a platform for policymakers and stakeholders to engage in good information exchange, discuss good practices, and foster collaboration. We saw some of this come into play almost about a year and a half ago now, in December of 2022. We brought together our countries who adopted a declaration on a trusted, sustainable, and inclusive digital future, where we reaffirmed a commitment to advancing these notions of human-centric and rights-oriented digital transformation that includes specifically promoting the enjoyment of human rights, both online and offline. And we're continuing to build on that declaration now and working with various stakeholders to examine and provide policy recommendations on how to do this in the digital age. We also have done this thinking about the life cycle of digital technologies. So I mentioned the OECD recommendation on artificial intelligence, which was updated and released just a couple of weeks ago now to reflect new technology developments, including around generative artificial intelligence. And again, trying to embed human rights throughout the life cycle and the development, the deployment, the application, and use of AI. We have similarly created something called the Global Forum on Technology. That is an opportunity for us to help become better informed from technologists, from civil society, from other stakeholder groups to help us understand not just AI and digital, but again, broader sets of emerging technologies, understand their opportunities, the one rabbit, understand some of the risks and how we need to try to maybe pull the rabbit out of the hat and ensure that the human rights are established and embedded in the development up there of these new technologies. So as we continue in these areas, I'll just say again, I was very honored to be able to join with the Ministry of Science and ICT, the Korean National Information Society Agency, just 2 days ago, I believe it was earlier this week, to launch the Digital Society Initiative, which is toward a digital society for shared prosperity. And we'll look at many of these same issues about societal implications of digital transformation to include inclusivity, to include human rights, to ensure that well-being within a digital environment has also been raised in this conversation. So we look forward to continuing to work here. I look forward to the further discussion that we can have to see how we can all work together to make sure our human rights are embedded and instilled in our digital society through new digital technologies. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. OECD is a special position because it is unlike the individual government and unlike individual company. So as you mentioned, you have a convening power and just a spread idea to the different countries in OECD members countries. So you have a much better position and just implement some kind of ideas developed, just like developed by the Korean government to be Digital Bill of Rights. And then if it is good for your position, OECD position, and then spread out this kind of ideas to the OECD member countries. And then from now on, we will build up some kind of groundwork and build up the development of AI industry and AI, just technology development. Yeah, thank you. And close collaboration with different individual countries and with the OECD is a very, very crucial, I mean the movement from now on. Okay, then lastly but not least, Miss Amanda Mayame. She's a leadership of Alliance for Universal Digital Rights, especially Alliance for Universal Digital Rights to protect some kind of underdeveloped social classes, and then especially global digital rights principle, they are trying to spread out to the different society and different countries. So in order to protect the universal digital rights in the global society, what is needed and what is your organizations are aiming at or something like that? Please introduce that kind of thing.
Thank you so much for having me here today. And it has really been an interesting discussion since morning and yesterday as well. In all of the discussion that I've been hearing, it's quite interesting that everyone mentions marginalized groups, everyone mentions global majority countries or the global south. But no one really talks about the impact that these communities face. No one really talks about the fact that half of the world, women, are disproportionately impacted by missing out from the benefits of AI, by digital forms of harms, and by also, social and economic factors that keep women, firstly, offline, make it difficult for them to have a device. So I am definitely glad to be here and to be able to talk about the work that we've been doing at the Alliance for Universal digital rights. Our work is global, and we definitely want everyone, so that is men, women, everyone in the world, regardless of where you live, where you're from, and which language you speak, to be able to have access to those human rights that we say you have offline, so to also be able to have access to them online. But as I've listened to everybody here, and as we all know, it is very complex for us to be able to experience those same offline human rights online. And I feel AI has made it a lot more difficult, because AI has amplified the same harms, the same discrimination that particularly women have faced offline. It has been amplified onto the online world. So what have we been doing at the Alliance for Universal Digital Rights? Firstly, we have been working with several governments around the world, both global majority countries and global north countries. And we've been trying to firstly get gender mainstreamed into the global digital compact. And the reason we are trying to get gender mainstreamed is so as to ensure that 50% of the world, 50% of the most vulnerable people in this world are protected. When the most vulnerable people are protected, everybody else is going to be protected. Successfully, we've been able to do that. So gender is a standalone principle in the Global Digital Compact. And secondly, there's a lot more that could be done, but gender is somewhat being mainstreamed in the compact. We're also seeing mentions of gender in the Pact for the Future. So these internationally binding standards that will be discussed for the next couple of months and possibly being signed in at the end of the year in September will offer international guardrails. It is a starting point. It is a point where all digital rights will at least have some form of agreed upon standard, which we currently do not have. So I would like to applaud firstly Korea, because you have a Digital Rights Bill of Rights, which is excellent, and I know there are several other countries which are doing similar things, similar with AI. But the harms that are faced in the digital space are not Korean problems, are not South African problems, are not Norwegian problems. They are international problems. And one of the challenges that a lot of global majority communities and countries face is the government of Kenya, for example, could have an excellent law, but it's extremely difficult for them to be able to enforce it, because the tech industry, unfortunately, will not want to enforce it. You have instances where the governments in India and in South Africa, they have tried to enforce, they've tried to serve legal notice on Meta in their countries, but unfortunately, although Meta has offices in the countries, the biggest challenge is they say their offices are marketing offices, so you cannot serve legal notice. So it is very difficult for global majority countries to be able to enforce laws that are good. So international mechanisms are very helpful in this regard. So the Pact of the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and any other initiatives that are coming up are in initiatives that we all need. I just want to mention 4 things quickly that as we all live here today and as we all are thinking of how to protect marginalized communities, how to protect women, from all diversities, we need to ensure that tech-facilitated gender-based violence, which contributes to the gender digital divide, is provided for as a right. So we need to protect women and girls in this regard. Secondly, safeguards and standards should be developed in consultation with global civil society, academia, government, and the private sector, with all those at risk of the most harm leading the design. It is important to have civil society in the room. Thirdly, there's a need to ensure that a human rights-based approach and equality by design are incorporated at the development stage of all technology. I've been hearing today, do we regulate the technology or do we regulate the application. We need to regulate both, because the application, if it has biases and harms embedded in it, it is too late to then try regulate it while people are using it. As you said earlier, it'll be like trying to put brakes in a car while the car is moving. Lastly, we need to ensure that intersectional assessments are undertaken to understand how the processes of digitization are impacting different segments of the population, particularly considering the negative impacts on women and people facing multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination. On the basis of this research, there's need to develop policies and programs to close gender gaps and build economic resilience to changes due to technology, including displacement in the job ecosystem, which are disproportionately affecting women-dominated sectors. As we leave here today, let us not forget that AI applications and other technologies are used by real people, harm real people, and exclude real people. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. She pointed out a very important issue, for example, the gender issue as well, and probably it is related to the digital literacy and also the some kind of accessibility or some kind of very individual humankinds. It is various different aspects, just like a gender and regions and all different nations and all that kind of things. So how can we, for the future prosperity of humankind, how can we just mobilize and then just accommodate these kind of problems? And probably we just briefly suggest an idea in the Digital Bill of Rights, but in the global level, and how to just solve this issue is a very important one. Okay, just the time is running out, and then probably if some of the participants, you have any extra comments, very briefly, just 1 or 2 minutes, and then I just give my speaker to Vice Minister Kang and his comments on this discussion, and then I will gonna wrap it up. Okay, do you have any comments of the participants? No, especially? Okay, and later, if we have more time in the private sector, 2 persons, I like to listen to your, not your company's position paper, but your personal comments, okay, later. Okay, please, Vice Minister Kang, and your comments on our discussion.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, distinguished speaker. How can I say that? Almost 10 years ago, one report from the OECD issued. The title is Going Digital. Going Digital. In the textbook, in the report, the OECD insight that digital 2.0, analog 1.0. Digital 2.0, analog 1.0. As the digitalizing is going on, all the legacy system, if all the legacy system does not change, the gap is getting the broader. That's the reported the implications. If we cannot prepare for the next era, digital era, driven by the artificial intelligence, the gap will be the much tremendously broader. So I think the government level is very important. Also, the international organizations such like UN and the OECD's role is getting more important. Yesterday, our president and Chirac, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, presided the international meeting by the head levels, presidential levels. Also, there are the CEO of a big company joined there, and then they reached the agreement that protecting the human being about AI, AI challenge and risk. It is called the AI Safety Institute, and networking between the AI Safety Institute and cooperating with each AI Safety Institute with each others. For the 5 years, three streams was embarked in the AI and the digital challenge, responding to the AI risk. The one stream is the international organization levels. AI ethics principle 3 years ago, OECD announced it. The following the AI ethics principle is announced at G20s. Also, now the United Nations studying the AI risk and the other way to protect the response to the all of risk and the challenges. So the report will be announced in the February next year, right? Also the summit. The summit is firstly held at the Bletchley at last November driven by the United Kingdoms. This is the second summit. So at the first meeting, the human beings agreed the whole of things. Also, yesterday is the very specific responding agreed by the head of nations and the head of international organizations. But still, we have the two challenges. As you mentioned before, Azure, Meta or Amazon is considered that and concerned that every countries, every international organizations try to the EU regulations, but still it is not organization. It is not standardizations. So that the regulation direction is fixed, but the direction, the detail things, the practice, still the unfixed, uncleared. So the next step will be related to the harmonizings and try to get reach to the standard. So the nations, each nation and each international organization, we try to reach the agreement to the standard. Also, with respect to the AI, the testing is very important. That's the agreement between the head of nations. Test how to test the AI, the service and the product is not fixed, but that's our work to the future between the government and the international organization and the experts such like you. Okay, that's what I want to say, and the inclusivity is also very important. Information divide is very, very big ones, but the AI divide must be tremendous. So developing country and the international organization share our technical, political know-how and experience to the other countries and other plans, right? So today's AI Global Forum and yesterday's AI Summit, the topic is not only AI safety, but also innovation and scalability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, and yeah, this expert session is very, very productive and informative in various ways. But it is just like a starting point, and the Digital Bill of Rights prepared by the Korean government and Korean experts is a kind of a stepping stone, and from now on, we have to just think about more deeply and what is the major issue for the development of or the innovation of technology in AI, and also the how to industrialize and just like good for the human wealth in the 21st century. And on top of this, and we have to think about this kind of just a dark side of the development process of the AI, and for example, the gender issues and some kind of literacy issues and all that kind of things. And we proposed the idea, and just like a OECD or some kind of a higher level international organization, just make more standardized ideas and just to prevail to the individual countries and society and industry, then we will finally achieve the better steps forward for the future of AI. Thank you very much, and this is the very important step, and the history will remember, and this kind of AI Global Forum and Summit will contribute to our development of AI in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, participants.
Okay, thank you.
Now, the expert session 1, ensuring digital rights for digital society of shared prosperity, is finished. Now we will move on to expert session 2, spreading AI opportunities and benefits with the world. Thank you. Sorry for the delays. We will begin the session soon. So please have a seat, please. 미안해요.
Session going to be start soon.
그렇게 말해주세요.
그리고 이제 please take a seat.
Yes. The session 2 is going to be started, so please take a seat. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome. And I would like to thank the Republic of Korea and co-host UK for convening this critical conversation on the global future of AI. Now, during the conversation, we're going to probe a number of areas, and I look forward to hearing from each of you and hopefully having discussion around the topics. And they are specifically the topic of integrating AI into the public sector, solving global challenges with AI, and improving the quality of human life with AI. And before we get into the conversation, I'd like to introduce Jean Ko, who is chairman of the Presidential Committee on the Digital Platform Government Korea.
Good afternoon. Yeah, my name is Jin Ko. I'm the chairman of the Presidential Committee on Digital Platform Government in Republic of Korea. Thank you for joining us at the AI Global Summit Forum this afternoon. I'd like to thank our session chair, Tony Gaffney, CEO of Vector Institute, and I'm very pleased to welcome all of our speakers. I hope today's session leads us to fruitful and thought-provoking discussions on the opportunities and benefits of AI. As we have seen from OpenAI's evolution, AI technology is advancing much faster than our expectations. Also, AI is transnational in nature because it's powered by internet and big data. As a result, employing AI offers unparalleled opportunities to revolutionize public service delivery, raises possibilities to overcome global challenges, and improves our quality of life drastically. But it can also be misused to produce disinformation and justify social and economic discrimination, posing risk to our democratic processes and social cohesion. Moreover, AI divide can exacerbate existing economic inequalities. To minimize those concerns while taking the opportunities and benefits of AI in the public domain, we need a two-track strategy: government reform and the international cooperation. We would like to use AI technology to empower governments to better serve their citizens and build resilient and equitable global society. As much as citizens have experienced AI-powered proactive and highly personalized services from the private sector, their expectation on public service quality keeps rising. That creates an incentive to transform government systems and the infrastructure to adopt the advanced private sector AI technologies. To this end, Korea launched Digital Platform Government Implementation Roadmap in 2023. Digital Platform Government aims to provide highly personalized services to citizens and provide data-driven policy-making solutions to government through the public and private collaboration. The government opens public data and markets to the private sector, and the private sector supplements its advanced technologies and innovation capabilities to the government, creating a positive feedback ecosystem. The Digital Platform Government plays a pivotal role in Korea's AI use in public domain. There are some of the successful use cases for addressing national challenges and securing public safety. First one, infertility treatment AI assistant is expected to contribute to resolve the record low birth rate in our country. And safety and manual AI chatbot helps railroad workers make safe decisions in case of emergency. Also, AI can predict overcrowded areas in advance to prevent unexpected crash accidents. There are, of course, challenges to using AI in the public sector, especially silos between agencies that hinder data openness and sharing, one-size-fits-all regulations, and concerns about data leakage. In order to overcome those obstacles, we need the organization that encourages innovation in public sector. In Korea, the Presidential Committee on the Digital Platform Government plays a crucial role as a governance that transcends traditional bureaucratic structure and promotes collaboration between public and private sectors to employ commercial AI technologies to the public domain. As AI technologies continue to advance, AI has emerged as a powerful tool with the potential to address global challenges. Large number of smart cities are already using AI technologies to predict power usage and automatically adjust them. Many countries are also applying AI technology to monitor natural disasters and predict climate change. There are also agricultural machines that are using AI to automatically remove the weeds on the farm field. However, new global challenges may also arise due to AI. AI technology can easily create disinformation that threatens democracy, and privacy. And AI technology may help criminals, terrorists, build more powerful bombs and carry out more advanced cyber attacks. Moreover, if certain AI learn biased data, they may output biased results to justify social and economic discrimination. International cooperation provides a means to address global challenges together, share best practices, and prevent newly emerging global challenges. Korea is continuing its efforts for international cooperation regarding AI safety. We plan to enact safeguards by promoting the enactment of the AI Act, which includes high-risk AI regulations. In addition, Korea is working together with the world community to establish an international AI organization and global AI norms. Next, let's look at several use cases of AI improving the quality of citizens' daily life in Korea. AI friend makes a phone call every day to elderly household living alone. The AI is chatting like a companion and monitoring the elderly's safety and security without human interaction. Even it remembers personal stories for each person. Also, we are building an AI platform for medical resources available from ERs, which can find the nearest hospital with the appropriate medical resources for a specific patient and inform the ambulance to increase the patient's chances of survival. Moreover, we are launching personalized proactive welfare notification services. It don't happen anymore that citizens miss the benefits since they don't know about it or it's too late for them. There are prerequisites for making good use of AI for human. First of all, the availability of sufficient infrastructure, such as internet access and power supply. Second, there must be sufficient quality data for AI training. Third, there must be skilled manpower and technology to utilize AI. However, countries in the global south currently do not have those enough. Accordingly, concerns are being raised that the AI technology gap may widen further between global south and AI advanced countries. However, AI technology should not be the preserve of just a few countries, and AI divide should not deepen economic disparities. We have to make more efforts to cooperate with the global south, creating numerous projects to help them. Recently, Korea launched the Digital Innovation Flagship Project aimed at ASEAN countries, providing data and high-performance computing resources to strengthen their AI capabilities. In the past, Korea shared the fruits of poverty eradication program. It's named Semaul Undong. In English, it's a new community movement. Now, Korea is sharing its economic growth experience with other countries. Korea's own economic success story serves as a testament to the achievement of international cooperation after Korean War. Likewise, the collaborative approach of digital platform government will enable emerging economies to leapfrog traditional development stages and fully participate in the AI-driven future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. We'll now move into the topics that we'd like to discuss. And to provide you with some guidance, if you could keep your comments to approximately 5 minutes each, that would be appreciated. We have about 12 speakers and have time to get around to everybody. As we touch on each topic, I would encourage you to answer it in whatever way you are most comfortable and interested. to ensure that we can glean your insights on the topic broadly. Under each question, I've got some guidance on the topics we've got to or we'd like to discuss, but again, over to you to contribute as you see fit. So, first topic is integrating AI into the public sector. And the areas we're curious about include highlighting recent AI use cases within public and administrative sectors, with a focus on enhancements in public services, automation of governmental administrative processes, and fortification of citizen safety, and particularly during disasters and emergencies. And I'd like to invite our first speaker, Won-jae Park.
Thank you for chair. Good afternoon. I am Won-jae Park from NIA. NIA is a supporting arm to provide policy and technical support to Korean government and public institutions. I will tell you something in Korean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
저희 NIA는
NIA is an organization that provides strategic and support to government and other public institutions. Currently, we are supporting the digital platform Government of Korea, headed by Chairman Go Jin, and we are helping improve public services through utilizing AI. AI is being used in many different domains and is bringing about many opportunities and benefits. To this end, the government and the private sector needs to and is exerting many efforts. However, as was mentioned by Chairman Jin Ko, there's a risk that AI gaps can lead to economic gaps and even social gaps, so we need to be prudent. In addition, as you are well aware, the adoption and utilization AI can bring about many uncertainties and risks. So everyone is mentioning that we need to be prepared, in particular with generative AI adoption. It seems that AI, which can be generally adopted, is emerging. So it seems that there is a possibility, a higher possibility, that AI can be more applied widely to society. Keeping in time with this trend, we need new norms and a new order. The Korean government recognizes the social and economic transition that AI can bring and is recognizant of this. And we had the New York vision that was set forth by President Sung Yeol-yoon, and we were able to present the norms in a new way to society, especially in September of 2023. In order to support this vision, we had established a Digital Bill of Rights. Regarding the Digital Bill of Rights, it was to actually bring about joint co-prosperity through AI, and it was to actually guarantee the rights and equitable access and equal opportunities, a safe and trustworthy digital society, bringing about more well-being to civilization and others. And on the 21st of May, on Tuesday actually, we had the different policies that were actually presented through the Digital Bill of Rights. So plans for a new digital norm were presented by the Korean government. And these plans included actually the philosophy of the Digital Bill of Rights, and it actually brought about the 5 topics from the Digital Bill of Rights, and there were 20 policy objectives that were included. And among the 20 policy objectives, there were 8 major policies that were actually pinpointed as the most important policies to actually set forth, which were considered to be most important to mankind. So one was to have trust and to respond to deep fakes and other fake news. And looking at the copyright system relevant to AI, and looking at responsive to digital crimes and risks, and coming up with different remote medicine methods, and to safeguard the right not to be connected, and also protecting the different digital rights of people. As you can probably tell, it seems that AI-related policies are not just declarative principles. They are now moving very deep into our everyday lives through realistic policies and measures. We need to expand the opportunities brought about by AI and reduce the risks and to improve the benefits. So we need concrete measures to actually put these into practice. To this end, we need international collaboration and we need multilateral approaches. It seems that these policies need to actually come into being through mutual learning and through developing different case studies, not just isolated to a country alone, but it needs international cooperation. I hope that through the AI Global Forum, these international efforts can bear fruit. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you indeed. And I'd like to invite Sunmin Bae to speak next.
Hello, I'm Sunmin Bae. I'm in charge of responsible AI at KT, and I'm also the committee member of Digital Platform Government in South Korea. I'm honored and delighted to share how KT is integrating AI into the public sector and to introduce some of the specific cases. As the chairman, Jin Go, presented earlier, the Digital Platform Government plays a central role in integrating AI into the public sector in Korea. And KT is also participating in the development of the various public services as social responsibility. First of all, we have developed Senior Well-Being Service, which uses AI to monitor the health and safety of elderly citizens, ensuring they receive the care and attention they deserve. This service not only improves the quality of life for seniors, but also reduces anxiety and stress of their families. Welfare question answering service is also one of the main applications that leverages AI to provide accurate and timely information to citizens about social welfare programs. Given too many public services, sometimes it is hard to find the right service for certain cases. AI makes it significantly easier for people to access the support they need. And KT has developed a business information platform that provides small business owners with valuable insights about local customers. This platform helps business navigate opportunities, access resources, and make informed decisions, thereby gaining economic growth and stability. One of our innovative projects is traffic control automation called CITS, which means Cooperative Intelligent Transport System. This AI-empowered system optimizes traffic flow, reduces congestion, and enhances road safety. By analyzing real-time data, the system gives priority to emergency vehicles to pass through all the traffic lights. In conclusion, integrating AI into public sector enhances quality of public services, increasing the welfare and safety of citizens. Korea's Digital Platform Government and KT's cooperative initiatives are prime examples of how AI can be effectively utilized for the public good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Sumin. And I'd like to invite Gregory Allen next.
Well, thank you all for the opportunity to be with you here today and for the opportunity to speak on these important topics. I want to talk about the opportunity that we have to spread AI across the world and what that might look like if we get it right. But before I go there, I want to talk about the fact that we should be having this conversation. And even though we are at the AI Global Forum on the heels of a major conversation about AI safety, I think that we should not let our focus on AI safety dilute our awareness of this opportunity. So what do I mean by that? I think that when we talk about the opportunities of AI, we should think about them in the context of the regions in which we are operating. I spoke recently about the opportunity for medical type AI systems and how those are facing in, for example, the United States, my own home country, a heavily regulated environment that actually prevents the adoption of many types of AI technologies in medicine, or at least delays the adoption of such technologies. But in the US context, the alternative to an AI system might be, a qualified doctor, of which there are many. And the risk profile might look different in a country that has a shortage of doctors or medically trained professionals. And the primary risk might be the absence of medical information as opposed to inaccurate medical information. And so those trade-offs might look different. The other thing that I want to say is that when it comes to, for example, Africa, which is currently through the African Union developing its continental AI strategy, there's some very important work going on already. And that when we talk about AI, we very often talk principally about the risks of AI, and also we talk about how Africa needs to be careful, or we need to think about Africa in terms of a development opportunity. But I want to point out that Africa is also an investment and growth opportunity, and that even right now, there are already some pretty exciting companies and a remarkable entrepreneurial ecosystem that is emerging in Africa, specifically with relation to AI. There's firms like the startup Lalapa AI, which is developing large language models in local languages based out of South Africa. But there's also firms that are split in partnership with the United States and Africa, such as Zipline, a drone company. And Zipline, I think, is interesting because they were originally going to be a US-focused company. They were founded in the United States until they decided that the most exciting business opportunity was actually Africa, because for the drones that they were building, which were autonomous delivery of medical supply drones, they found a more receptive government partner and a less restricted airspace in Rwanda. And that allowed them to build some really impressive systems where they can, in a matter of minutes, deliver blood to the needed rural medical centers and do so entirely with autonomous drones. And I have been a part of companies that think about autonomous drone launching operations, and I would say what Zipline has accomplished in Rwanda, principally with local talent, including engineering talent, is world class. It's really impressive stuff. And so when we talk about what we could do in the developing world or in the global south with artificial intelligence, I think we need to be conscious of the opportunity that we have there to improve the state of affairs, and also the fact that we can find local partners who have real skills, and that this is not merely a story of development aid, but also a story of investment and partnership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. I'd like to invite Anthony Peck to speak next.
All right, thanks for having me. My name is Anthony Peck, and I have devoted past 11 years of myself to create AI-powered cancer care products and implementing it throughout the world. So I would like to share my perspective on how AI is enhancing cancer care and improving the quality of human life. While my focus is on cancer care, I believe that principle can be easily translated to other areas of healthcare. Okay, so as you all know, it is now becoming very clear that AI has great potential in the healthcare sector, especially in cancer care. By integrating advanced AI algorithms with vast amount of medical imaging data, we have developed tools that significantly enhance the accuracy and efficiency of cancer screening and treatment planning as well. So our experience so far have successfully demonstrated that AI also can bridge the gaps between gaps in the healthcare services and providing high quality care to underserved populations. and reducing disparities in healthcare outcomes, and also reducing the tremendous amount of cost as well. So because AI is basically a software, so we can reduce the cost as much as we want below the level of human labor. Let me tell you more about the cost of care, which is very important to spread out this technology to the public. So actually, the cost of care is one of the major bottlenecks of expanding the access to cancer care in practice, as our budget for cancer care is quite limited. To be specific, it is known that the global economic cost of cancer worldwide is $1 trillion in average a year. So if we reduce this cost by just 1%, it is still $10 billion, and this enables us to drastically improve the quality of care and the access to care at the same time. So this is where the power of AI comes in. For example, we can detect more cancer in its earlier stage by using AI, which is trained by using larger scale data from hospitals. And we are applying it to European countries where when we do the breast cancer screening in European countries, it is mandated to have 2 independent radiologists to read the single mammography study for maintaining high level of accuracy. And if we can replace 1 radiologist by AI, which is easily imaginable now these days, we can reduce the cost of radiologists almost by half. And this idea is actually proven in the real clinical study that Lunit has conducted with Karolinska Institute in Sweden. And we're also testing this idea with an NHS from the UK. And this leads to a great reduction in the total cost of cancer care without any compromise in the quality of care. Let me tell you another story. Our AI-driven solutions also help identify the most effective treatment options based on the AI analysis on patients' cancer specimens and clinical history and other data, minimizing the trial and error approach that often leads to excessive cost as well. So this also greatly contributes to total cost reduction in cancer care. And my last example I would like to share today is the use of large language model in cancer care. Let me take a number in the United States. So in the United States, the rural area have only 20% of the oncologists compared to the urban areas. And according to the research articles, there are significant knowledge gaps between oncologists in the academic centers and community hospitals. So this is a huge problem. And if we use large language model correctly, we can solve this problem very effectively. Now LLM, large language model, can help community oncologists to get updated with the latest oncology guideline. So that leads to benefits of the underserved population. And large language model also can play a great role in providing the highest level of medical explanations to the cancer patients in the late term. If we don't have AI, these jobs need to be done by human clinical workforces, but it's not feasible due to the limited resources. Actually, the shortage of clinical workforces is not a new problem, and it's getting worse as time goes on. And AI can effectively solve this problem as well. So I have introduced many examples how AI can impact in improving human life by reducing the cost of cancer care, but these are a very small portion of the entire benefit of using AI. And the industry players like us are working really, really hard to realize it as soon as possible. Okay, thank you.
Good, thank you, Sebastian. I would like to invite you next.
Oh, thank you. Sebastian Niles, President and Chief Legal Officer of Salesforce. First, I want to commend you, Chairman. The items that you highlighted as the challenges for the public sector adopting AI are, one could think actually it could apply to any country. in any region, which I think just underscores the power of summits like this that show that we are all actually facing the exact same problems, recognizing that there are jurisdictional specific nuances, considerations, and risk calculus areas. I want to highlight that what we see at Salesforce, we're working with governments and private sector across the globe, is that when it comes to public sector, the opportunity is extremely high and actually present today to modernize government service, to improve customer and constituent services, to fortify citizen safety, right, in sort of emergencies or sort of other set of issues, to actually improve the government worker experience and enjoyment, and obviously automate, government administrative processes. Just sort of by way of example, we've found that the opportunity to use both predictive machine learning AI as well as Gen AI to simplify the technology stack, better engage with constituents, reduce burdens, improve employee productivity is quite high. Just sort of earlier this year, working with a number of our government sector customers, we released, we called it Public Sector Einstein 1 for service. And it was about 20 sort of new sets of innovations. And I just want to kind of give a few examples, given the sort of discussion today. One, data cloud for public sector, dealing with the siloed, right, sort of set of data that everyone deals with, and anyone who's in the private sector knows all of your data is siloed as well. But for public sector organizations, enabling us to bring data from different sources, benefits, education, healthcare data into a common data model, so that you could have unified constituent profiles, personalizing interactions, structured and unstructured data, how you could bring together Einstein activity capture, which basically would give an example that a caseworker and a client, right, having their email threads automatically surfacing and storing it, less manual work, right, better impact and the like. Service Cloud Voice, which is using conversational AI. An example for this, when emergency housing assistance call volumes spike after a natural disaster, we've been able to use AI to help the caseworker quickly assess what the caller needs, provide guidance and resources, recommend the next best action, capture important details, from the conversation and the like. And similarly, the kind of mental health and challenges that actually government workers, service workers deal with, there's a lot of opportunities using AI going forward. Lastly, I just also want to highlight, earlier this year, we had done a report where we surveyed about 41,000 kind of regular internet users over 48 jurisdictions and consulted 20 experts around sort of government service to figure out, would the citizenry trust government use, of Gen AI, and happy to provide the report to you, Chairman, and anyone afterwards. And what we found was encouraging. 63% of respondents said they were comfortable interacting with Gen AI to access simple government services. 71% comfortable with government using Gen AI to communicate in multiple languages. 69% comfortable with government employees using Gen AI support tools, and 67% saying they were comfortable with government using Gen AI to streamline administrative tasks. Whether or not those use cases are the moonshot or raising the ceiling or raising the floor, that we see as ahead of us, the opportunity to drive constituent success and really deliver for the citizens throughout the world, we think is very high. And we are excited, to have this discussion today.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally on the topic, I'd like to invite Mohammed to comment, if you would, please.
I would like to start by thanking the government of South Korea for hosting and inviting us to speak on a very important topic that will be the theme for the next few years globally. I would like to bring the perspective of the investor and maybe leave you with a few thoughts and items that I think are very important to consider as we think about AI and how AI is changing our lives and how AI is impacting economies globally. I think the first is just from an investor perspective, wanted to share our own view on AI from our perspective as investors. One thing I would note is that the pace of innovation is much faster than investors were used to. We are seeing two cycles within one cycle. We meet companies where they have a viable product, a viable service, AI-enabled product. But then after 6 months, we see the disruptors to the disruptors. So AI is disrupting AI. And this is important, especially when governments are formulating their strategies, when enterprises are thinking about what type of AI products to apply at certain business functions and processes, is that the pace of disruption is happening very fast, and agility is very important for governments to consider as they think about their AI strategies and ways to implement. Which also means this is also going to be impactful for the global south, the economies that are less privileged. You know, there are discussions around AI taking over jobs. Yes and no. I think in the short term, humans need to adapt, need to embrace AI, and AI will therefore improve productivity. But if we take the gig economy, for example, if we take and look at the evolution of autonomous driving technology, definitely AI in the near future will replace the driver. So the gig economy is at risk, and this is an important consideration for countries that do depend, and for the part of the workforce that depend on that income. The other thing that I would also want to kind of put out there for discussion is that we are seeing the emergence of a number of large language models, and headlines every week, every month. XYZ company, deploying X amount of billions to capital to build more compute. We see NVIDIA's share price go up, and they're going to release their earnings very soon. And this brings an important question. In light of the discussions globally that have been happening in the last decade about ESG and environmental concerns, the requirement for compute and the race for AI is really pushing that energy requirements much beyond what governments have expected. And I always engage in discussion with founders, with individuals that are developing and working on large language models. And I asked them the question, aren't we repeating the same amount of work? Aren't these models ingesting the same amount of data? There seems to be repetition in terms of the work that is being done. Yes, I do understand that companies come and pitch better models and develop different ways to attack the same problem, but it seems the same amount of work is being repeated, and so more and more energy is being theoretically put to waste or repeated. And this begs the question, maybe open source is the solution. Maybe the world needs to agree that there is one open source foundation model that people are basing their applications on, rather than several companies building and spending billions, which will drain the energy infrastructure globally. So that's definitely one that overlaps with the environmental concerns globally. The third, I would say, is the role of sovereign wealth funds. Sovereign wealth funds have a much longer investment horizon. They have a much higher risk appetite. And we all know that sovereign wealth funds played a very important role in the great financial crisis that happened in 2008 and 2009. I would say that sovereign wealth funds have a very important role today, because from what we see in AI, there are companies that existed 2-3 years ago that don't exist today. Some of them have raised rounds and total funding of at least half or $1 billion. And this will repeat itself just because the technology is ever evolving. And so sovereign wealth funds will play an important role as capital providers to these highly risky companies that operate in AI, whether it's an application or the tooling space. But we know that the future holds a number of companies that will provide a lot of value to economies. And the same way that I think the responsibility is held within the big tech with regards to AI inclusion and AI safety, I think the capital providers also need to make sure that these companies uphold their responsibility towards AI safety and AI inclusion, the same way that we've seen through basically the ESG and social and impact investing, that investors do have a responsibility and a role, hand in hand with the large tech companies as well as the future startups. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much. And on the topic, thank you to all of the speakers who've commented so far. We've had quite a range of insights, perspectives, key messages, and calls to action as well. So really appreciate that. Moving to our second topic, which is solving global challenges. and considering how AI could contribute to overcome the global challenges such as climate change, public health risks, energy, and food problems. And what rules should countries, companies, companies, and academia play? So I'd like to invite Melanie Nakagawa.
Great, thank you so much for inviting us here to provide our views. What I love about this, the content so far, it's very use case specific, and I often find that sometimes these discussions on AI are theoretical about what it can do, and I think what's great about today's discussion is that it's really building on the successes so many of us have had being in this field for so long and using AI for already close to a decade, and it's really about what this evolution looks like now that you have generative AI opportunities at play. So I'd like to highlight, sticking with that theme of just concrete examples, I think help breed additional successes in this world. Focus in on 3 of the key, what we consider sort of superpowers or opportunities AI has that can be deployed today and are being deployed today to address some of these global challenges. So first is the opportunity that AI has to be able to reason over complex data sets and data systems. That was one of the challenges that the chairman had raised. And in that field of optimizing complex systems and reasoning over large data sets, one example I like to highlight is around disaster response and relief and extreme weather events, something that this particular region is more prone to, but also it's a global issue. So one example to give is wildfires. Wildfires are interesting in that both it is a climate impact and a climate adaptation play. So around 7 gigatons, or around approximately 1.6 billion cars a year emissions are released in wildfires annually. And so there's a keen interest from a climate perspective to prevent wildfires. AI today can be used to look at what the conditions are for particularly hot fires or ones that spread faster, and looking at the data sets that can look at how do you optimize for relief and prevention in those areas. So looking at the drought conditions, the water conditions, the soil, as well as the weather patterns that are coming. We now can predict wildfires up to 2 weeks in advance, which help first responders provide resources in advance of those fires. And at the same time, using the same data analytics, working with the Red Cross, Microsoft was able to work with the Red Cross in the aftermath of the Hawaii fires that devastated Maui and Lahaina, to help Red Cross be able to respond to what was actually burned in those fires and be able to detect that earlier. Another area around the optimization that can happen is how do we use it to optimize resources? So in this case, I'll highlight 2 examples, energy and water. So in the case of energy, we all know that we need more additional clean energy for so many things, electrification of transportation, to power data centers, to power buildings. So we're looking now at the use of AI to actually help optimize energy systems, such as grid transmission. There's a company out of the UK called Line Vision, and they've been working with the UK National Grid to use AI and machine learning algorithms to help decongest existing transmission lines. They've shown to date a 60% increase in those transmission lines, bringing on around 600 megawatts of offshore wind onto existing transmission. Of course, we need new and additional transmission lines, but it's great to have an opportunity here to talk about something that can be deployed today if we digitize more transmission lines and grids. In the water sector, a stat that I found pretty stark and shocking is in many developed countries, like in the UK, 25 to 30% of fresh water is lost due to leaks in the municipal water systems. And so it behooves us all to be able to detect those leaks earlier and catch them and repair them. So a company based in the UK called Fido Technologies uses acoustic AI sensors in the municipal water systems to detect leaks. Using the AI system, they can actually hear the sound of water going through pipelines, and if there's a leak, that sound is different, and it can alert the UK municipal water systems of where that leak might be within up to, I think, 1 meter is what they can predict at this point. And it helps the municipality get to those larger water leaks faster and repair them quicker. And then the last area I'd like to highlight is the opportunity for AI to accelerate carbon-free energy production and new material discovery. This, I think, is really exciting because, again, we all have very ambitious goals often from a government perspective as well as for companies. For Microsoft, we want to be carbon negative and water positive and have a zero waste business by 2030. So one area that we've been looking at is how do you use AI to create, optimize for solar, or in the case of battery materials, how do you optimize for new battery materials and battery chemistries that create better batteries, better durability batteries. So the partnership with Pacific Northwest National Labs, based in the United States, we were able to look at 32 million material candidates for battery technology, narrowed down to about 18 in the course of, I think, 80 hours, and then actually prototype a battery that looks to use 70% less lithium. And so these are just examples of where you can use AI to rapidly iterate the scientific material discovery process. You can use it to optimize energy systems, water systems, and all in service of both resource optimization, but also combating a critical issue, which is combating climate change. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I'd like to invite Tom David to comment next, please.
Thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker. I'm very glad to be here. I'm Tom David, and I'm in charge of artificial intelligence at Institut Montaigne, a think tank in France and Europe. And I'm also co-founder of a research-based startup, Prismeval, that advances and leverages research in LLM cognitive science to build a deep understanding of AI cognition and AI models. In my intervention on the spread of AI benefits, I want to emphasize on the necessity of the evaluation for frontier AI models. We need to understand their cognitive capabilities and to have third-party evaluators. Current AI models are increasingly sophisticated, but their evaluation remains a major challenge. Traditional benchmarks are static and extremely limited. They measure very little. Model and AI providers can intentionally or not optimize against a measure. This is especially true given the economic incentives to outperform scores. This recalls Goodhart's law. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. To address this issue, it is imperative to adopt dynamic and adversarial cognitive benchmarks. These benchmarks must constantly evolve and be designed to test models in unpredictable and rigorous ways. We must push research that adopts a cognitive science approach to these models to avoid anthropomorphizing them. The DART, Dynamic Adversarial Robustness Testing and symbiotic approach is essential here. By testing dynamically, the goal is to push the model to their limits, which allow us to identify their true cognitive capabilities and potential weakness and adapt to each model's cognition. The symbiotic dimension of evaluation is equally crucial. Before models reach a potentially dangerous level of autonomy, they must be evaluated with the agentivity of researcher. If, with the strong support of the researcher, the strong effort of the researcher, the evaluation results assert that a certain capability X is detected, then we know that with more autonomy, the model will be capable of it, and we will have more time to anticipate and avoid unpleasant surprise. Researchers bring their expertise to design test scenarios that deeply interrogate the behavioral capabilities of the model. This approach ensures that we understand a model's capabilities before it becomes autonomous and potentially dangerous. This ensures the integrity of these evaluations. They must be conducted by trusted third parties, independent of AI model developers. These actors must be supported by regulators and AI Safety Institute, for instance, to ensure impartial and rigorous evaluation. It is crucial that the details of the test are not disclosed to model developers to avoid metric manipulation. This pressure for deployment is strong, and without this separation, benchmarks risk being compromised, and they will be compromised. Adopting advanced and rigorous evaluation methods have several technical advantages. For AI model developers, independent evaluation will enable a safer development and more reliable models. With access to evaluation means throughout the development and integration pipeline, CI/CD pipeline. For civil society, authorities will be able to impose security and performance guarantee while incorporating inclusivity criteria. Authority must add and include their own requirements including, for example, issues of non-discrimination and representativeness. A rigorous technical approach in evaluation offers the necessary flexibility to adapt benchmarks to the evolving need of society. We must be dynamic. For industry, trust in evaluation will facilitate the integration of AI in various fields, clarifying the chain of responsibility and ensuring a serene and secure adoption. This is currently one of the limiting factors of the industrialization of AI in several sectors of the economy. In conclusion, to share the value of AI inclusively and spread the benefits, it is essential to establish rigorous and impartial technical evaluations. We must avoid superficial solutions and ensure the real safety of our systems. By supporting dynamic, adversarial, and symbiotic evaluation conducted by trusted third parties, we can achieve this. Evaluation is the cornerstone of this balance between innovation and safety. We want both, we can have both, and we must have both. But this will not happen by itself, not without strong support from authorities and effective international coordination. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I would like to invite Robert Trager.
All right, so thank you, Chairman Gaffney and everyone. I'd actually just like to make a few points on the topic of inclusivity, both in voice and in access to AI technologies, echoing some of the things that people have said a little bit. And the first is, it relates to local development and some of the paths to get there. And I'm giving a view, I think these are areas where we all need to think very hard about what the best paths are. But when I think about the AI triad, data, algorithms, and compute, we focus so often on compute, and I think that there's a reason for that. But on the other hand, most countries around the world don't have local compute to train a model at the very frontier. And that's true not just in many global majority countries or countries that we often call the global majority, but in many, many countries around the world. And so it's not necessarily the case that that is a barrier to the sort of local development that we really want in lots of places. And I think Gregory Allen was already pointing out some of the reasons why we would really like to see local trade-offs being weighed locally. One sort of trade-off that I come across sometimes is sometimes people in local communities may not have access to the internet. And so rather than having access to a giant model that they can only get on the internet, they'd actually find it more valuable to have a smaller local model that would do what they needed it to do. And so that would be the sort of trade-off that only somebody in a local context could weigh. Now, how do you get to the point where we can have that sort of local context? And I'm not sure that here the emphasis on compute is always the thing. It is important in some ways, and certainly, but it often feels like a bit of a national project to build it when in fact access exists for compute elsewhere. And also, as has been pointed out, when it comes to sort of algorithms or people, if you will, who are knowledgeable about the technology and developing it, they also are quite widely dispersed around the world. And of course, we need to build capacity and knowledge everywhere, and in other fora we've been talking about how to do that. But there are incredibly exciting projects around the world working in advanced AI. And in many cases, it's that third part of the triad that is really more of the issue, and that is with data. Because in many cases, there just isn't a huge amount of data, the sort of data that's required for the most advanced systems. And so I just want to highlight that area as something that I think we all need to really focus on when it comes to inclusive access to AI technologies. And how do we get more data? You know, we need a sort of a scholarly school, if you will, of responsible digitization. Many areas in the world have access to cell phone technologies, and those conversations could be digitized, but that would present, of course, many ethical, let's call them challenges. We wouldn't want any data to be digitized without consent. We wouldn't want it to be misused in any way, either commercially or by a government in some fashion. And there are many, many other issues around how we would digitize that data. But figuring those issues out would be extremely valuable to enabling the sorts of local development that I think we would really like to see. I'll just maybe say a couple of other things quickly. You know, I think there's a fundamental challenge to access and to governance, actually. So both to access to technology, but also to voice and governance, broad-based voice and governance. And that is the perception of diverging interests, which are driven both by commercial interests that are different, but also by the dual use and safety aspects of the technology. So just like in other technologies where there's some safety component, countries at the frontier have been, in some cases, reticent to see what they call proliferation of that technology. And as soon as you put it like that, I think, you know, one thing that it seems to say is that there isn't such a separation between some of the other things that we were talking about in terms of safety and some of the things that we're talking about in terms of access. If we actually could have an effective governance regime that would ameliorate safety concerns, it would go a long way towards improving the access to the technology as well. I think the last thing I want to say is that when we think about governance regimes and we think about real voice in a governance regime, things that go, you know, we often hear this phrase, a seat at the table. But I think, you know, many stakeholders now feel like a seat at the table is simply not enough. Being at a table such as this doesn't always translate into real influence. And so what does actually translate into real influence? I think, you know, really thinking about the sorts of governance regimes that we would like to see and the ways that, on the one hand, we want them to be broad-based. But on the other hand, you know, again, acknowledging the existence of some divergent interests, they have to be of the sort that all of the important stakeholders will actually decide to participate in the regime. And I think this is a really difficult problem, and I don't pretend to have all the answers, but I think that it's an important one for us to think about, and I think there are models that we can look to in other industries that are really very interesting here. I think about things like the Forest Services Council, which has this interesting 3 chambers. They have one chamber which is basically industry, one chamber which is for environmental concerns, and one chamber which is for affected communities. And they carefully divide up the voting between the chambers and between what they call Global North and Global South communities. So my point is just thinking about how we can create governance regimes which probably make some concession to the interests of some stakeholders that we really need to go along with the governance regime in the first place, but also provide real voice to broader communities. That's where I think we need to go. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for those comments. And I'd like to invite Thomas Bisiculo. Thomas, over to you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thanks to the Korean government for inviting us. I'm Thomas from the ITU, International Telecommunications Union. The ITU, in terms of, I would like to talk about the opportunities first. We have been providing statistics on global connectivity, particularly on the internet access, for many years now. And in 2023, the internet usage went up to 67% around the world, which means that we have an estimated 2.6 billion people that are not connected, which is about 33% of the world. Now, if we would like to spread the opportunity to these people, it becomes an issue. And many people in the countries that we want to be impacted by AI systems or services cannot be integrated because of these issues. They are not connected. And some of the activities that we are doing to address some of these issues, we have the Partner to Connect, which is bridging the connection divide by bringing connectivity to underserved communities. We would like to ensure that people have access to digital technologies and also can reap these benefits of AI systems. We are also contributing to the GovStack, which supports countries to build cost-effective and efficient digital infrastructure. These are digital public goods. And we are working in this field. For example, one of the work that we are particularly interested in is in developing open source solutions that we can use to integrate large language models, AI, for public services. And in terms of the ITU work in the AI areas, we have 5 areas of action. I'll talk briefly about them. We have the technical standards, capacity building, policy and regulatory assistance, UN-wide coordination, but also multi-stakeholder dialogue platform, the AI for Good. In terms of the technical standards, the ITU is one of the oldest UN organizations. It was, now we celebrated a few days ago 159 years of existence. And we have a unique proposition within the UN because not only are we convening the member states, our members, we have 193 governments or member states, but also we have the industry as members of the ITU. So when we are developing technical standards, they are multi-stakeholder standards, but also they are consensus-based. So this brings in the issue on bringing all the voices on the table to develop standards. And since 2017, we have been developing AI or machine learning standards. And right now, we have over 100 standards that have been published and more than 120 that are in development. So about 220 standards. And we believe these standards can contribute to have AI systems or AI applications that are trustworthy, that are safe and secure, inclusive, but also interoperable. In terms of the examples of the work for the standards that we have been working on, we have collaboration with WHO. We had an ITU WHO focus group on AI for health. And through this initiative, we developed more than 35 standards, guidelines, recommendations, and benchmarks on how AI can be used in the healthcare systems. So these standards help to improve healthcare delivery from diagnostic to treatment planning, but also to ensure that health services are more accessible and effective. Together with WMO and UNEP, we have the AI for Natural Disaster Management, which has developed standards and benchmarks and guidelines on AI technologies to be integrated into disaster management strategies around the world. We have also worked in our study group 5 on climate change, in which we are developing standards to ensure that technology we develop and deploy is environmentally sustainable. So we have worked on reducing greenhouse gases, net zero, having data centers that have low emissions. But also, we are working hand in hand with our sister organizations who are developing standards, ISO and IEC, through the World Standard Cooperation, where we are working jointly. From this year, we are launching an agreement on how we can cooperate together on AI standards. So we are going to develop these standards jointly with our sister organizations and making sure that our standards are safe, secure, and interoperable. Another topic I wanted to touch on is on the large language models. We have been talking about deepfakes and how can we make sure that we trust these systems. Next week, we are, ITU, together with other industry experts, are going to launch an initiative on watermarking or combating deepfakes. So this idea is that we have to develop standards on multimedia authenticity to make sure that we have the multimedia, like pictures, audio, images, videos that we have watermarked if they are generated by AI, so that we are sure the systems, the technologies that we are using, we know what we are using. In terms of capacity development, we have been working hand in hand with Zindi, which is a South African startup, to provide competitions around the world. So these competitions complement the classroom work, the theory that students learn when they go to class. They learn the theory about machine learning, AI, how they can develop these systems. But then we provide the data, we provide the problem statement, real life challenges, and then they solve them, which complements the capacity development. So far, we have hosted more than 80 competitions, and we are still working in different areas, from health to agriculture to climate change to communication networks such as 6G. So, through all these activities, we are providing, I would say, opportunities to countries, but also making sure that we develop standards that are effective for everyone. Now, one thing that I wanted to mention is that next week we are convening our multi-stakeholder dialogue platform, AI for Good, which is a global summit on AI. I'm inviting everyone to join because we have very interesting topics. Robert is going to convene the AI Governance Day, where we are discussing about how we can have AI guardrails. And of course, after the AI Governance Day on 29, 30, and 31, we have the summit. So everyone is welcome to join us in Geneva. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to invite Kim Soyun.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for convening this very important discussion and also our last discussion of this global forum. And I join my previous speakers here in thanking the host country, Republic of Korea, but also the UK, as this takes place at a very strategic point, building on the Bletchley Park last year, but also before the G7 and G20, and then, of course, prior to the Paris Global Forum next year. So, for me and for UNESCO, the key question here is how we govern or harness AI to ensure that equitable access to and AI benefits opportunities and has equitable access to all, and have allow the voices to come to the table. And when I say this, it's not just about what are we doing. It's really about how we need to get there. And I think many of us around the table here said that. But maybe the answer, the response lies in what Chairman Ko said, international cooperation. And how we do that is critical. And I want to bring to the fore, in the interest of time, just 3 big points. So one is on global standards, ethical standards, frameworks. I've mentioned this in the morning session. The recommendation on ethics of AI, UNESCO's recommendation on ethics of AI, which was adopted by 193 countries already 2 years ago, 3 years ago now in 2021. That really provides the standard. And that's one of the most, I will say, the existing comprehensive and 360 diagnostic that we can use building on it. And it's not just enough to have the recommendations. We need to be able to operationalize this. And for this reason, UNESCO has also built a tool, if you will, the readiness assessment methodology that looks at diverse factors, including the social, educational, scientific, and so forth, because this allows us to look at the, where the countries are right now, and then what the gaps are, and what we do about that, building into the policy foundations. And this is something that we're rolling out as we speak in 50 countries, and I would like to invite others here also to join in that endeavor, because that would allow us to look at it from a more comprehensive and holistic perspective. The second point I want to mention is I would like to build on, I believe it was Robert and Tom who mentioned representation and inclusivity. I think this is really critical, and diversity in all its forms is what we're looking at. Whether that's AI development or from policy perspective, and also what I would like to highlight here is gender perspective. When we look at the statistics for gender, it's really quite alarming. We have only 26% of employees in data and artificial intelligence who are women. We only have 35% of STEM graduates who are women, and alarmingly, 130 million fewer women than men own a mobile phone. So this is the story that we have right now. So I do believe that the gender dimension alongside the diversity factor would need to be taken into consideration. The third point is on building on international cooperation. Multi-stakeholder forums like this, I think, are really critical, but not just to come and say what's not working or what the risks are. We do need to look at it from how are we going to get there? I think we know in many ways what the known unknowns are. Here we are looking at unknown unknowns. So how do we get there? And what is the best mechanism? And I go back to the ethical standards, because that really does provide a barometer, I would say, to pace with the speed of technology that we have before us. And what's really important here is really being able to bring partners together for inclusive policy solutions. And it's not just having voices around the table, it's really providing that platform. And I'd like to just also introduce a little bit, since I have our sister agency, Yuan Agency, ITU, next to me. It's for Yuan agencies, there are many of us, and it's important for us to also look at existing platforms and to leverage what is already there. And ITU and UNESCO are jointly co-chairing interagency committee on AI, which includes over 40 UN agencies. So these kind of collaborations, norm setting, standard setting, I believe are critical factors that could help us look at this existential question of how do we harness AI to improve the quality of human life, but then also to ensure the equity and the benefits and opportunities for all. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you indeed. And with that, I'd like to move to the next topic. We've actually covered a number of aspects on this, but I'll repeat the question from earlier and would encourage you, if you have any use cases, approaches, insights that you'd like to go deeper on, you're welcome to do so. So this topic is improving the quality of human life, envisaging the adoption of AI for the public good, with a focus on enhancing medical, educational, and caregiving services for vulnerable groups, such as the disabled and the elderly. Additionally, promoting international collaboration to ensure equitable access to and benefits from AI advancements. And to begin the discussion, I'd like to invite Soon-Min Bae.
Actually, I present this topic in the morning. So we have developed the AI services for the elderly and also disabled. For example, it's not about the AI itself, but we have the training program. So we call this IT supporter, and voluntarily the employee of KT visit the local region, and they help the elderly or the youth to have the digital or AI literacy. So far, over 3 million people, 3 million local residents got help from this digital literacy help. And also we focused on the women who have the career break from the childbirth or childcare, and also for the disabled. Since thanks to the AI, so KT has its own large language model, Medium, which actually means trust in Korean. And so thanks to this AI capability, we can deliver the AI assistant for disabled. Those who have difficulty in communication can get help from this AI, so they can have very easy way of communication with when they work, when they talk to the people over the phone. So we can help them with this AI capability. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to add in terms of additional comment, Sebastian, if you have anything else you'd like to add.
Oh, sure, briefly. I think maybe 3 points. One, when we think of the opportunity of AI to enhance, human life, it's also this broader concept of kind of driving human flourishing, right? So it's on the you certainly can have how do you use AI to reduce the negatives, right? Whether it's illness, right? Whether it's sort of a whole host of different issues, but also how do you advance human flourishing? I think also how can we drive an ecosystem, right? Sort of type of approach. And there, I don't only mean in terms of nature first, nature positive strategies or planet sort of ecosystem, but certainly for the private sector, but I think working with governments, academia, and civil society, how do we invest our capital to support, right, ecopreneurs, entrepreneurs? We launched an AI for Impact accelerator program, and how do we think about doing that at scale? I also think, how do we think about partnerships, right? Sort of with the folks in this room, for the folks that are sort of attending this summit. Earlier this year when we were in Davos, we launched the Nature Tech Alliance, bringing together a number of sort of key leaders, each bringing, kind of unique contributions about how do you use AI and technology to drive meaningful impact, right? Sort of around nature. I also think when we talk about different sort of marginalized or challenged groups, at Salesforce we had developed our EDA education data architecture, which was really to kind of to help youth, schools sort of in various ways. But one of the ways in which that has had impact is to facilitate the ability of these institutions to identify and help at-risk youth. Right, and you can use AI in sort of different ways and technology, to drive that forward. Look, and I think just lastly, the importance of making a choice, right, to prioritize human-centered approaches, right? And how do we think about using AI so that it's going to ultimately have tangible, human-oriented, inclusive, representative, highly kind of scalable and available benefits? Just recognizing, I think that very much is a choice. It's not inevitable, but it's something that I think that we can all, work towards to drive forward, and hopefully think of the AI as well. How do we advance each and every one of the sustainable development goals at scale, at speed, and in trust?
Good, thank you very much. And Melanie, if you're open, would love to have you add some additional comments as well.
Sure. Thank you for that. I think, to follow on some of these themes of, in this topic of how do we continue to spread these benefits with the focus you mentioned, there's so many opportunities that we've only scratched the surface on when it comes to accessibility features, when it comes to AI and helping to promote that. And that's a key core tenet to a lot of the work that Microsoft is doing on how do we support and use AI to provide access to those with disabilities and provide additional accessibility features. And I think that's another area for this particular discussion to dive further into, is the different types of elements we can do there. Because that's a core part to how we build our technology, is to make it accessible by design, make it sustainable by design. And that's really important as we think about the continuing building of these models and these programs and the development of that. Another key area is when it comes to the education and skilling component as well, the opportunity to continue to close the digital skills gap. And one area, and I appreciated the colleague down the way's comments about the gender skills gap, you also see that, frankly, augmented in the sustainability skills gap that's out there. Right now, by one estimate, only 1 in 8 employees have a sustainability skill. And if we want to actually address some of these critical challenges, as Sebastian noted, whether it's nature and biodiversity, or it's clean energy and the new solutions in that space, we really need to have more employees and more highly skilled workers when it comes to understanding sustainability. And so what are the tools that are out there to help close those gaps? AI and digital technologies provide an incredible opportunity to do that. One opportunity that's out there, LinkedIn Learning Series, being able to go to a accessible platform and take classes on sustainability skills, on AI skilling, on how to use different types of large language model or Copilot features as a way to help rapidly skill people on sometimes often complex topics like sustainability and climate change. Another area is how do you empower all levels of the workforce to have greater access to the most credible scientific information. So last year at the climate conference in Dubai under the UN Framework for Climate Change, Microsoft partnered with the UN Framework on Climate Change and the UN Environment Program in two ways. One area is on how do we help policymakers, climate decision makers really understand all the different types of climate policies every country is putting forward, and be able to train a model and have access to a common digital platform when it comes to really understanding AI solutions, but also their climate plans. Another way to do it is how do we train models on all the best UN science that's out there and make it queryable so that high school students or even college students or even other foreign languages, you don't necessarily need a graduate degree to understand the most dense and rich and thorough climate science that's out there from all the UN agencies that are quite complex. And we've been looking at how you can do that as well, working with other UN agencies. So I think there's a great opportunity here, both how to help skill at scale, provide greater access to the best scientific information out there from an education perspective, as well as ways to spread the benefits from helping scientists rapidly iterate on new solutions using these types of technologies. So thank you.
Good, thank you very much. That has been a wonderful conversation across three major topics with many elements to it. And what certainly struck me is the outcome that you achieve when you get a group like us together with diverse backgrounds, diverse experience, clearly awareness of AI and foresight, although there's nothing certain as to what is ahead, and a pragmatism that I think is very healthy in the circumstance, and a mindset of inclusion. And there were many examples of that, and the importance of access and not to take it for granted, listening to some of the facts that were shared as well. And also a huge appetite for collaboration, which I think we have a consensus from our conversations over the past 2 days, is the formula for success as we move forward. And finally, just a practical mindset. I mean, the breadth of use cases that have been shared. Take the mystery out of AI as we look at it and actually begin to prove as to the positive outcomes that AI can deliver, and very broadly. And I would sum up the discussions as really having taken us from ideas with examples put on the table and the steps forward that have been called out, the various actions that have been highlighted, as moving from ideas to action. So I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you for taking the time to come and participate, and really appreciate the preparation you've done, the contribution that you've made, and look forward to continuing to collaborate going forward. Thank you very much indeed.